All right, Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. It is my esteemed honor to be here today, and today has been designated as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Day at the Capitol. And I think all of you know by now that I am an Alpha Kappa Alpha woman. So that's why you see all of the pink and green around you today. And I'd also like to first acknowledge my sisters in the gallery with all of the pink and green on, who are from all over the state. Thank you all for coming. And now it is my esteemed honor and pleasure, Mr. President and members of the Senate, to introduce our Southeastern Regional Director, Dr. Tracy Morant Adams. I just had a forgetful moment. I don't call them senior moments. Dr. Adams, please come and address the Senate. We're so glad to have you here.
Thank you, Senator Figures. Good morning, Mr. President and Senators. I am Dr. Tracy Morant Adams and delighted to be here with several members of Alpha Kappa Alpha from the great state of Alabama with us today for our legislative day here in Alabama. I represent a region with over 14,000 members, and we're very pleased that 5,000 plus of those members are citizens here in the state of Alabama. So thank you all so very much for having us here. We are delighted to share our advocacy agenda. We have our international representative from the Connection and Social Action Committee here with us, Ms. Leah J. Holder-Wiggins of Birmingham, and Ann Scipio here from Montgomery, who serves as our coordinator. Thank you again, Senator Figures. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing us to be here.
Thank you. Great to have you all today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Dr. Felicia Wilson. Dr. Wilson is president of the Delta Theta Omega chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Almighty God, Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and for the traveling grace that brought us safely here. We offer our heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to spend this day at the Capitol, meeting with our legislators to engage in civic dialogue and to advocate for the things that we believe are important. We lift up the Alabama Senate to your care. Let your presence fill this chamber and inspire senators to be true servants of your will. In these challenging times, give them the wisdom to labor for justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. Lord God, we ask for your guidance as they make decisions that affect our local communities and our state. Grant them clarity of thought and a deep understanding of the needs of the people they serve. We pray for unity and cooperation, that their deliberations be conducted with fairness and respect. May their decisions reflect the best interests of all Alabamians, including the most vulnerable among us. Lord, we pray for the senators' health, strength, and resilience as they face difficult challenges and make important choices. Give them the courage to stand for what is right, even in the face of opposition. We also pray for their families, that they may be supported and strengthened during their time of service, especially when they are apart. Protect them from harm and provide them with peace. We ask that you protect the health and well-being of their colleagues in the House, our governor, and the judiciary. We trust in your sovereign power and ask that your will be done. It is in your mighty, precious, and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Ms. Amber Houston. Ms. Houston is the Connection Chairwoman for Delta Theta Omega Chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
Attention, salute, and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had 26 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, don't.
Mr.
Mr. President,
Senator Gudger.
thank you. I need to make a motion to set aside sunset for a special order calendar.
All right, and that requires long roll.
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll, please.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 23 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 54, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 18th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions and resolutions, uncontested local legislation. Then on page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 85 by Senators Orr and Chasteen regarding vaccines. On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill 168 by Representative Treadaway regarding local emergency management organizations. On page 14, Senate Bill 174 by Senator Chambliss regarding business taxes. On page 20, House Bill 27 by Representative Underwood regarding sex offenders. On page 7, House Bill 160 by Representative Lee and others regarding the Alabama Municipal Electric Authority. On page 31, House Bill 250 by Representative Underwood regarding candidates. On page 26, House Bill number 191 by Representatives Baker and Wood relating to the sales and use tax. On page 32, Senate Bill number 43 by Senator Melson regarding health care providers. On page 51, Senate Bill 197 by Senators Gavan and Smitherman regarding the Alabama Business and Nonprofit Entity Code. On page 39, House Bill 109 by Representatives Pringle and Wilcox regarding the State Board of Podiatry. On page 39, House Bill 108 by Representatives Pringle and Wilcox regarding the Board of Examiners for Speech and Language Pathology and Audiology. On page 35, House Bill 113 by Representatives Shedd and Wilcox regarding the Alabama Manufactured Housing Commission. On page 35, House Bill 115 by Representatives Simpson and Wilcox regarding the Alabama Board of Electrical Contractors. And on page 36, House Bill number 117 by Representatives Simpson and Wilcox regarding the Board of Examiners in Marriage and Family Therapy.
All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, like to use previous roll?
Mr. President,
Okay, hold on, I just want to make sure I understand this motion.
no, we won't roll call when he comes, but I want to be recognized before we get to
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to recognize you.
that. But when you said previous, I got to.
No, I'm just trying to understand the motion he made. Yeah, that's all. Senator Wagner, what was was your motion using previous roll or what you?
Use the previous roll.
Okay, but you object to that? Okay, all right. And then do you want to speak on this?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
I think if you look at this calendar, you don't have to puzzle your mind as to why is he standing up here. We don't have nothing on here. And I'm just going to say this for what it's worth. I wish that we would be treated with the level of respect of our intelligence that we obviously feel that we pose, in that I look at this, and when I made this statement, someone had the audacity to tell me, well, you got one at the bottom. That's testing my intelligence. I ain't even the sponsor of the bill. The senator from Huntsville is the sponsor of the bill. And you want to claim we got one on there with somebody who's a co-sponsor? I've been standing up here all this time. So it's obvious that I guess that we don't, it's obvious somebody feel that we're not deserving to be able to represent our people. I mean, I said this Tuesday. I said this last Thursday. And I'm saying it now. And all you got to do is pick it up. You know, you ain't got, I forgot the way they say it. What y'all help me out over here. Subjective and objective. Tell me what's the difference between the two. Can anybody over there tell me? That's right. So this is obviously has to be objective, because here's your proof. See, it ain't subjective that he's up here giving this opinion and what do you mean. And the reason I'm talking like that, because, you know, I need y'all to get real that this man is really being not done right. 1 out of 30. Thank you, Mr. Rules Chair. And so I want you to understand that. So you can say, yeah, he right. He right to feel that way, because it ain't on here. That's what I want y'all to understand. See, So if you ain't saying it's right that ain't on here, then you don't want us to be a part to represent our people. So you got two choices in your mind. You can say they shouldn't have a right to represent who they represent, or he is right. And let me just say it like this. You know, it was obvious that for some reason we addressed this way. Okay? And that's fine too. But if that's the case, you remember what I said. I said that Roger Smithman, reporting for duty, it's my job to take your rules and your tools and try to be successful for the people that I represent in Senate District 18. If you want me to take Senate District 18 a little further, let's just take what the crap going on downstairs. Now, some places I didn't want to go in my conversations, okay? But the obvious is obvious. It's just like I said here. You look at the 6 things that cut, they black folk stuff. You look at the other stuff that ain't, they increased. What you call that? Oh yeah, you know what you call it. See, and at some point in time, it may be necessary that I call it for what it is. Yeah, it may be necessary. Okay? But see, right now, I'm not going to insult your intelligence by even calling it, because you know what it is. You know. Them people may not know, but y'all know. You know. So you know why I'm up here. Don't be puzzling your mind. Don't be trying to make some opinion about this, that, and the other. You don't have to. You know why I'm up here. So you either think we are deserving of some bills, you think we should be deserving of what it is that is eliminated, or you thinking we shouldn't have nothing. And either way, that's the only way that you can analyze it. You either for right or wrong. And it's wrong when we not having it here, and it's wrong what's happening there. So it ain't no in between. You either standing up for right or for wrong. And if you stand up for right, you need to be up there agreeing with me. You need to be up there sending a message to where it needs to be. And you need to be saying that this thing needs to be redone completely. So if nobody come up there, then either you ain't got the courage to stand up there to do it, or you don't believe we ought to have it. Now, that's just that simple. It ain't nothing else about it. So, yes, that's why I'm up here. That's why I'm standing here. I said what I said Tuesday. I did not go to bed with the mindset of coming in here and standing up at some microphone. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. But last night, I want to say about midnight, I decided to cut on the email. And when I looked at this, I knew then that it was a concerted effort that we don't get nothing. I don't understand what it is. What's the mindset about us? Is it the mindset that we are just here to accommodate and not be able to represent? We just accommodate with votes to support what other people are trying to do and not even have a chance to put nothing before people? It's kind of like when I won't call the university's name, but one of our major universities, when we were trying to get some, and I've come to the conclusion that because, if you said something about DEI, then folks hide behind it because of the law. Okay, so you won't hear me talk about things like this, and no more term about DEI. Okay, the point I'm finna say is that we talking about black folks. We ain't talking about 6 groups of people. We talking about black people now. So that ain't DEI. That's black. That's what we talking about. And we got 30% of the people in this state look just like me. And you gonna say that they shouldn't have no representation? Taxation without representation? That's what we saying. Give me your taxes. Just like you all do us up in Jefferson County. We provide, hey, they're the budget chairs. They can tell you. We provide, I'm just guesstimating, we provide 1/4, if not more, of all the revenue in this state. And yet you're going to shortchange us on stuff that's sitting there already? This ain't new stuff I'm talking about. This ain't new requests. This ain't new stuff. This ain't asking for no increase in stuff. And it's obvious there's a feeling that we don't. But that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I respect that. That's your opinion. That's people's opinion. I respect it. All I'm going to say is this. Respect mine. Respect the fact that I have to be here. I have to. I got 100, just like y'all, I got 150,000 people that's saying I need to be standing right here to make sure that they ain't shortchanged. So I just wanted to set the predicate as to why I'm here, why I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay? So with that in mind, then, you know, it's you'll understand why we're here. You know, and so don't get upset. Don't get talking about he being dilatory, because yes, I'm gonna request everything that can be read to be read, including bills. I'm gonna request everything if I can and get recognized that we have roll call. You know, so don't be sitting here frustrated at 1 or 2 o'clock today and all that. Don't you know that? Don't do that. Don't do that. Because we sat right here and looked at debates and looked at people talking and addressing different things. And yes, even to the point that, and I wasn't there, but even to the point we had a little action in the committee yesterday. I ain't gonna talk about it. I ain't gonna talk about who and what, but we had a little action.
Senator Smith, do you care if I recognize some special guests in the
sir.
gallery? I should have done this
Yes, sir.
before you got going.
Yes, sir.
All right. Got some special guests in the gallery, the guests of the entire Senate body, the Alabama Iron and Steel Council. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Good to have y'all here today and appreciate what y'all do for our state. All right, Senator Smithman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you know, when we talk about this calendar, we talk about House messages. You know, of course, we got the introduction of bills, and you know, I not for me, but I don't have no problem somebody make a motion that they can put bills any time of the day. I don't have any problem with that. I'm not here. Let me just get you understand. I want everybody to understand this, is that I have, and I want to say this too, because I see my senators standing over there, so I ain't just talking to you, Senator, but I'm just talking in general. Any of y'all want to come up and talk at the mic and use it, I will be glad to let you do that. I'm not trying to hoard it. But this mic is not going to go unaddressed, not 1 minute today. So if you address something about it, that's fine with me. I'll acquiesce to anybody in here. But when you get through, I'm going to get right back on this mic. I just want everybody to understand that. So I'm not trying to impede anybody's ability to be able to express, talk about an issue, or anything else. But I'm here to say that I don't plan on it being any silence at this mic today, whether you do it or whether I do it. That's it. So you can feel good to know that you got just as much right to come up to that mic as I do. And I will respect that to the fullest. But I guarantee you it's not going to go unused today. You know, so as I said that earlier, I want to, do we have our books back there for the sunset? Okay, I had to get my tools, you know, so as we move through this process, we're gonna have some extensive discussion about these issues. And you know, of course, the first issue is the very reason why we don't have anything on this agenda. You know, I'm sitting there looking at this agenda, and here it is, we can put House bills on here, and you can't even put out your own Senate mate bills on here. That's what we've done. We put House bills on here, and yet we can't put our own Senate bills, especially our bills. So if that's the case, you know, somebody made a conscious decision. Somebody. So if that's the case, that's fine. And let me say this. I can't even say for certain whether it's intentional or unintentional, but I can say this, it is. I can say it is what it is. I can say that. So with that in mind, you know, as I said earlier, you know, I got me a little breakfast this morning, so I got a little energy. Had a chance to do a little work, because at 10 o'clock fits what, you know, how it is in your office. You know, and I ain't talking about this office, I'm talking about my real office where I work. You know, you usually there at 7:30 or 8. So with us going in at 10, I had 2 hours that I could just work. I done had a chance to talk to the courts this morning, line it up. I had a chance to set some appointments for tomorrow. You know, when I get there, you know, I done had a chance to talk to my AD, you know, about getting a track program together, about getting some high jump equipment for our athletes. You know, I've had a chance to talk to several other people regarding that. In fact, I even had a chance this morning. We had a visit down here from our city council, pro tem, well, the president and the pro tem of the city council. I've had a chance to talk to them this morning. So I've had a chance to talk to, you know, they say all politics and work is local. I've had a chance to do that. So I appreciate coming in at 10 for that reason. Because normally, you know, we get to rolling a little early, like Wednesdays, we have committee meetings, and usually it's like at 8 or 8:30. So that meant that your whole time frame changes when you get up. And then it was refreshing for us. You know, I don't know if anybody shared with y'all, but how much time we got? Okay. It was refreshing when you have neighbors to come visit you. Well, we had a visit from the New Jersey Legislative Black Caucus. They've been in Alabama all week visiting things and looking at different things. And guess what? They went by the Civil Rights Institution. They flew into Birmingham. They went by there. And then they couldn't believe when I told them that downstairs the body it just cut out funding for it. They just shook their head. They just said, I can't believe this. You know, I can't believe that that's what they've done. You know, they can't believe in 2020, this is what they said, I can't believe in 2025 that we still fighting these same battles that we fought in 1925. I cannot believe it. That's what they said. And I said, well, hey, you know, it's just as real as mama apple pie. It's just as real as the pie. You know, and so I said, yes. I said, that's the way they said, what? I said, yes. And when they started talking about how they don't have them problems up in New Jersey, you know, because everybody understands and respects those institutions and people, no matter what the diversity is of people. They respect it, you know, but somehow, you know, I don't want to say this, Mr. Minority Leader, but I get this feeling sometimes. I just get this feeling sometimes. Having grown up, as y'all heard me say, in the period when Jim Crow was legal, okay, I saw some stuff then, and I'm trying to put my hand on my eyes because I think I see it right now. See, they got a little place that we supposed to be in, and we don't supposed to say nothing. You ain't no good if you say something, okay? See what I'm saying? Everybody wants you to be in your place, but being in your place means you get nothing. And you are frowned on if you say and ask for something that somebody has not decided that they think that you deserve, okay? You understand what I'm saying? See, I got to call stuff for what it is. I mean, and people, there's some people who's saying, why is he acting like and looking like that and saying that? That's because we live it. I keep telling people, that's the life that we face. And when you ain't been black, you can't tell me that you understand. You may have empathy for me, but you can't tell me that you understand until you walk in the shoes. You know, and I'll give the Forestry Association credit for
All right.
one thing.
Senator Smithman, the time's expired.
Yes, sir.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
No.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 21 ayes, 5 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, Senator Orr,
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a point of personal privilege?
you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to digress a little bit and talk about the semi-quincentennial. Right now, across the street, General Lafayette is visiting and meeting with the governor, and I'm over here with you guys, so glad to be here. But I wanted to talk about the license plates that are available that got our logo that are now going to be available. I wanted to put these up for those social media gurus out there in our body that might want to put this on social media. If people want to get a 250th birthday license plate with the logo on it, they're now taking signatures, and it's kind of the sign-up time. Thanks to Senator Weaver for getting this going. But I'm going to leave these applications up here, and there's a website that you can link on a social media post if you want to do that for your constituents to let them know of this availability out there through the motor vehicles folks to get a license plate. So thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thanks, Senator Orr. So we're on introduction of bills. If anybody has any introduction of bills.
Senate Bill number 289 by Senator Allen regarding income tax has been referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Senate Bill number 290 by Senator Gavan and others regarding the Fair Campaign Practices Act is referred to the Committee on State Government Affairs. Senate Bill number 291 by Senator Smitherman regarding the State Superintendent of Education is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senate Bill number 292 by Senator Price relating to Lee County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation with notice and proof. Senate Bill number 293 by Senators Orr and Melson relating to health insurance is referred to the Committee on Banking and Insurance. Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Allen regarding the Underground Damage Prevention Program is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy. Senate Bill number 295 by Senator Kelly regarding off-road vehicles is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Senate Bill number 296 by Senator Gudger regarding the Office of Water Resources is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development.
All right, real quick before we move on, I want to recognize the Senate pages. This was an idea of Senator Livingston. That's a good idea. But when I call your name, if you could please stand, all the pages. Madison Saley, paging for Senator Gavan. Jacob E. McGee, paging for Senator Gavan. Lawson Ledbetter, paging for Senator Livingston. Harper Ledbetter, paging for Senator Livingston. Amelia McFarland, paging for Senator Albritton, also the granddaughter of Senator Albritton. Tucker Marlowe, paging for Senator Albritton, and then Selah Dewberry, paging for Senator Price. Thank you all for doing a good job this week. All right, any other introduction of bills?
Senate Bill number 297 by Senator Melson regarding Lauderdale County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Senate Bill number 298 by Senator Melson regarding stem cell therapy is referred to the Healthcare Committee.
All right, I think that concludes introduction of bills. Now move on to House messages.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill. An order same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 332 by Representative Faulkner and others regarding public schools is referred to the Committee on Education Policy.
Mr. President.
Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
There's movement.
Where's the secretary? Either with you, I have a point of order.
All right, what's your question?
Point of order is that, can I request that title be read on the House messages?
Yes.
I request the title be read.
Relating to public K through 12 schools to amend section 16.4B1, 16.4B2, and 16.4B7 Code of Alabama 1975 to expand the definition of computer science, to require all Alabama public school students to complete an approved computer science course as a requirement for graduation, and to provide standards for approved computer science courses. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 324 by Representative Sells regarding sheriffs has been referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 271 by Representative Collins regarding the Alabama Commission on Higher Education is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President.
Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding the Commission on Higher Education and the Re-Engage Alabama Grant Program to amend Sections 1633D3 and 1633D6, Code of Alabama 1975, to decrease the minimum age of an adult learner from 25 to 22 years of age or older, and to provide further for the definition of an eligible student.
Your life, sir.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 310 by Representative Lamb regarding the Fair Campaign Practices Act is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Fair Campaign Practices Act, to amend Section 17.5.19.1, Code of Alabama 1975, to authorize the Secretary of State to provide electronic notice of imposed civil penalties in certain circumstances. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 353 by Representative Hill regarding compensation for district attorneys is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to compensation for district attorneys, judges, and certain local officials to amend Sections 1210B1, 1210B3, Code of Alabama to remove restrictions on district attorney salary increases, and to amend Section 1217-182, Code of Alabama to provide the compensation of newly appointed district attorneys. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 1 by Representative Brown regarding seafood is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
House Bill 1. Regarding seafood, to amend Section 912-125 of the Code of Alabama 1975 to increase the seafood dealer licensure fee, to provide for the distribution of a portion thereof to promote this state's seafood products, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 354 by Representative Hill, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding district attorneys, is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 288 by Representative Mooney and others regarding the Alabama Commission on Higher Education is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, read the title.
Relating to the Commission on Higher Education, to add Article 5 to Chapter 5 of Title 16, Code of Alabama 1975, to authorize the Commission to award loan assistance to eligible athletic trainers through the Alabama Math and Science Teacher Education Program. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 366 by Representative Rimm and others regarding police dogs is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to police dogs, to authorize emergency medical service personnel to provide emergency medical care to injured police dogs and transport them to a veterinary clinic or veterinary hospital, and to provide immunity and liability arising from providing such medical care. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 149, appointing Levelyn Roan to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 150, appointing Goodrich Duss Rogers to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 151, appointing Valerie Gray to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 152, appointing Jeb Shell to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 153, appointing Robert Jenkins III to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 154, appointing Michael Wyndham to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 155, appointing Bill Lewis to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 156, appointing Shanja Brown Stewart to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmation. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 157, appointing Catherine Alexis to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 158, appointing Hope Marshall to the Alabama Securities Commission is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 159, appointing Adrian Brown to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, this concludes messages. All right, Secretary, call the next committee. Senator Smithman, you wanted to do all these in mass where you couldn't talk. Is that correct?
No, they thought cross, but they said don't do that.
Okay.
It don't do that. But since we are, no, I don't do it. No, sir.
From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 315 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to sales tax to amend section 4023-210 and 4023-230 Code of Alabama 1975 to require the Department of Revenue to adjust the dollar value of certain covered items based on changes in the Consumer Price Index, and to amend sections 4023-213 and 4023-233 Code of Alabama 1975 to increase the number of days prior to which a local government must pass a resolution or ordinance to adopt such exemptions for local sales taxes. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 152 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes, 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 205 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 184 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 209 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 309 receives a favorable report by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 280 receives a favorable report by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the titles.
Relating to public K-12 education, to create the Alabama Teacher Paperwork Streamlining Act, to require the State Department of Education to develop a unified digital platform and a system of data sharing that consolidates documentation required by the Alabama Literacy Act, the Alabama Numeracy Act, individualized education programs, Section 504 plans, and other educational programs, to provide for a statewide teacher advisory committee, and to require compliance and to repeal Section 166B11 Code of Alabama 1975, providing for the certain creation and operation of the Paperwork Reduction Committee.
All right, I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The guests of Senator Sessions, Angie Goodrow, and Connie Barkley. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate.
From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 267 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 16 ayes, 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman,
request the title be read.
desk read the title.
To provide for the establishment of the Alabama Charter School Finance Authority, to permit the authority to issue bonds for the purpose of making financing loans to state charter educational institutions, to finance and refinance project costs, and to require each state charter educational institution that receives a financing loan to maintain a dedicated source of revenue to repay such financing loans.
These bills have received their second reading. We place on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill number 245 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 4 nays.
Mr. President, ask for the title be read.
Thank you, Senator Smithman. Desk read the title.
relating to public assistance, to provide for further eligibility determinations for Medicaid, to prohibit certain self-attestations for Medicaid eligibility, to require the Alabama Medicaid Agency to enter into data matching agreements with certain state agencies to cross-check Medicaid eligibility, to require the Department of Human Resources to enter into data matching agreements with certain state agencies to cross-check food assistance eligibility, to require the agency and the department to regularly review certain federal data for purposes of confirming eligibility for public assistance, to require the agency and the department to publicize data related to investigations of fraud, and to require the agency and the department to adopt rules. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, Senate Bill number 246 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 4 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smotherman.
request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public assistance to prohibit the State Department of Human Resources from granting categorical eligibility for SNAP benefits, and to further provide for gross income standards for eligibility for food assistance. From Finance and Taxation General Fund, House Bill number 30 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 9 ayes and 5 nays.
These bills have received their second reading. We place on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 244 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 1 nay.
Mr. President,
Senator Smotherman.
request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
From the Judiciary Committee relating to crimes and offenses to add Section 13A 8.2 to the Code of Alabama, to establish the crime of aggravated theft of employee retirement benefits and to provide a criminal penalty for a violation. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 9 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smotherman.
request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Athletic Commission to amend Section 41.9.1038 Code of Alabama 1975 to authorize the Attorney General to bring a civil action for certain violations of the Alabama Unarmed Combat Act and to provide civil fines and criminal penalties for violations. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 153 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to voting to add Section 17.331.1 to the Code of Alabama 1975 to require the Board of Pardons and Paroles to post procedures for requesting restoration of voting rights for those individuals who have lost their voting rights by reason of conviction, to require the Board of Pardons and Paroles to post on its website and provide to the Secretary of State the name of individuals whose voting rights have been restored, and to require boards of registrars to re-register certain individuals whose voting rights have been restored.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on State Governmental Affairs, Senate Bill number 248 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, Senate Bill number 242 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, House Bill number 44 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstentions.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 275 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smotherman.
got to get the title read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Regarding food trucks and other mobile food vendors, to exempt mobile food vendors from obtaining licenses and other permissions to operate in various locations throughout the state, so long as the vendors meet the requirements for operating in the jurisdiction where the vendors establish their permanent commissary. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 264 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 281 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 236 receives a favorable report with 2 amendments by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 247 receives a favorable report by a vote of 5 ayes, 2 nays, 1 abstention. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 249 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 253 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Massage Therapy Licensing Board under the temporary jurisdiction of the Board of Nursing. To amend Section 2 of Act 24-361, 2024 regular session. To amend Section 2 of Act 2024-361 to authorize the Executive Director of the Board of Nursing to designate an individual to perform certain powers, duties, and functions of the Alabama Massage Therapy Licensing Board on behalf of the Executive Director. To amend Act 2024-361, regular session now appearing as Sections 3443-2, 3443A3, 3443A4, 43A45, 4334-6, 3443A7, 3443A8, 3443A9, and 3443A10, 12, 3443-13, 3443A14, 3443A16, and 3443-18 Code of Alabama to define what constitutes an emergency order and provide further for definitions, to clarify that individual practicing massage therapy pursuant to a temporary permit issued by the board is exempt from regulation, to change the annual meeting month of the board from October to November, to require a majority vote of the board to discipline a licensee, to delete temporary or transitional provisions, to provide further for the duties of the board, to provide further for the qualifications for licensing and the contents of an application, to provide further for the out-call message therapy services and the inspections of massage therapy establishments, to authorize the board by rule to establish and collect reasonable fees, to provide further for investigations, discipline, and fingerprinting of licensees and applicants for licensing, to provide for the issuance of an emergency order suspending the operation of a massage therapy establishment and the enforcement, hearing process, legal fees, and fines associated with an emergency order, and to provide further for massage therapy schools. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 259 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Spinnerman.
I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to the University of South Alabama to amend Section 1652 and 1655-6, Code of Alabama 1975 to revise the membership of the Board of Trustees of the University of South Alabama and to revise notice and other requirements for meetings of the board.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. If you'll please stand, the guests of Senators Hovey and Price, the Lee County Young Leaders. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on Education Policy, Senate Bill number 211 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public K-12 education to require the local superintendent of education or a designee to report to and pursue appropriate legal action through local law enforcement relating to alleged crimes and violations involving school buses. From Education Policy, House Bill number 96 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes, 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Spitherman.
request the title be read, please.
Secretary, please read the title.
relating to public high schools, to require high schools to excuse students from class to participate in National Signing Day activities related to the acceptance of athletic scholarships, post-secondary school education commitments, apprenticeship programs, and military enlistments, and to provide reasonable accommodations for those activities. From the Committee on Education Policy, Senate Bill number 215 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to public K through 12 schools to amend Section 16, 6E4, Code of Alabama 1975 to authorize the State Superintendent of Education to summon witnesses and subpoena certain records and information during an educational intervention, and to authorize the State Superintendent of Education to reinstate educational intervention for a local board of education that has been released from educational intervention for less than 5 years and has not satisfied specific conditions of the release. From the Committee on Education Policy, Senate Bill number 257 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority to amend Section 167A5, Code of Alabama 1975, to authorize the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority to use funds to secure additional funding. From Education Policy, Senate Bill number 13 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 3 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Alabama 2022 to require local boards of education to adopt policies requiring each K through 12 public school to broadcast or sanction the performance of the first stanza of the Star-Spangled Banner at least once per week during school hours.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, Senate Bill number 281 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes, 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Regarding online payroll services, to add Chapter 30 to Title V Code of Alabama to define platforms that allow employees to access their earned but unpaid income as earned wage access service providers, and to provide that earned wage access service providers are not deemed lending, money transmission, or debt collection businesses if the providers provide certain enumerated consumer protection standards.
Okay. This bill has received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on Tourism, Senate Bill number 90 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to the Greene County Racing Commission to amend sections 4532-150, 4532-150.01, 4532-150.02, 4532-150.6, 4532-150.07, 4532-150.08, 4532-150.11, Code of Alabama 1975 to increase the annual compensation of members of the commission, to further provide for the duties of members of the commission, to delete certain restrictions on the number of racing days authorized, to increase the authorized license fee, to establish a residency requirement as a condition for licensure, to provide legislative intent to further provide for the levy of a local tax on parimutuel wagering, to further provide for distribution of revenues, and to repeal Section 4532-150.09 Code of Alabama relating to the suspension or revocation of a license, and Section 4532-150.19 Code of Alabama relating to the manipulation of racing outcomes. From the Committee on Tourism, Senate Bill number 255 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes, 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading and be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, Senate Bill number 241 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Oh, Mr. President, would you read the title? Could I have the title read?
Yes. Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to crimes and offenses to amend Section 13A 6260, Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for definitions and to add Section 13A 6264 to the Code of Alabama 1975 to provide for the establishment, development, management, and maintenance of the Alabama Criminal Enterprise Database. From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 304 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays. From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 295 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
request the title be read.
Secretary, please read the title.
Relating to military punishment to amend Sections 312A15 and 312A19 as last amended by Act 2024-329, Code of Alabama 1975, to revise and further provide for the ranks of members that may take and have taken against them certain disciplinary measures, and to further provide for disciplinary measures that may be taken. From Veterans and Military Affairs, House Bill number 361 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills we place on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes standing committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution number 55 by Senators Melson and Orr commending Charles C. Anderson for earning the Business Alabama Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025.
Mr. President, I'd like to move for immediate consideration.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, you have a resolution?
I'd
All right,
like
Secretary
to add,
Reed.
I'd like to add all the members I just.
Hold on a second. Have you entered? They got to read it in. Okay, you got it in. All right, go ahead.
I'd like to be.
All right, and then, hold on one second. He had a motion for adding all members as co-sponsors.
Correct.
Any objection to that? All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right,
I have a point of order.
okay.
Can I talk on this? I mean, as a point of order. I mean, once he brings it before us for consideration. I can once he brings it before us for consideration. Are we there yet?
We are.
Okay, and then I'd like to be recognized to talk on it.
All right, Senator Melson, you finished?
Could I have a copy of it, your resolution? If you could, then I
don't have an extra copy. I apologize.
could take, okay,
15 minutes on a resolution.
okay. And Senator, we gonna pass it, so it's not that, it's just, I want my 15 minutes. I just want you to understand what's going on, you know.
If you'd like to have it read at length, that'd be great then.
I'm gonna
since I don't have
request
a
that,
copy.
but I'll tell everybody that's coming up in with one that I'm not gonna object and send it no rules. I'm not trying, I know how important these things are, but I do want a little time. I'm seeking time today, gentlemen. That's what I'm doing. So you'll understand that if we get to it, it's gonna get passed. It's just as simple. Nobody got to be worried about that. No. All right, so I got 15 minutes. I wanted to be able to see Anderson for earning the business. Who you want to dialogue with me? Who is this person?
It's Mr. Charles Anderson from my hometown,
What's your hometown? Which one?
Florence.
Florence. Do you ever remind me, do you know Gerald Douglas from Florence?
That does not sound familiar. No, I do not.
He's probably my age. We went to college together, and he was a superstar up there in playing basketball.
I knew Leon Douglas.
This is not Leon.
And then his brother.
I know them. In fact, In fact, they played in a charitable golf tournament that my church put on, you know, several years ago. I remember that. But no, this is a gentleman who went on to be a All-American, you know, small college All-American at the University of Montevallo.
Okay.
And we went to school together and we graduated together. He ended up being the principal, I think, of Sylacauga High School. And I think since that time he has retired. But when I knew he was from that area, and during that time he was a legend up there in terms of basketball. And he was about 6'6", and he's the kind of guy that could have easily been still playing in the pros if he had an opportunity to do it.
Well, that's, you remembered Leon, though.
I sure do.
Yeah, he was 6'10",
Oh, yeah.
and my brother played basketball against him. He was about 5'10",
Okay.
and Leon had dominated the game, and my brother was standing against him in the lane to get a rebound, and he looked at my brother, who he had been dominated all night, and he said, "You're getting the next one, little man. I'm going to block them all out." And he did.
That was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, that was awesome, you know, for him to have that kind of spirit. You know,
He was a great guy.
Shoot.
And then his brother John, I think, played at Kansas.
Okay.
And then Leon played at Alabama, of course.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to get a CD.
Senator, would you like for...
All right. Sir Melson.
All right. With this resolution about Mr. Anderson, little known fact, he went to China with President Nixon, which was pretty impressive back in the day. And it wasn't long after the Vietnam War or the Korean War. Vietnam was still going on, and it was an experience that I wish he was here to tell everybody about, because it was
His experience in Vietnam?
well, in China.
China.
Yeah, he was the third man off the plane behind President Nixon, and he had a good relationship with China already, and they just were able to expand it to the point that it was an impressive moment in the history of U.S.-China relationships. But he's quite a businessman and well thought of, and a great benefactor to many organizations.
Exactly what I was going to say is I know him as a businessman more than anything else, and very active, and obviously I think has been extremely generous to the community over time.
He sure has. But you've got a couple of resolutions here that you'd like to introduce. I know we're supposed to.
We're supposed to kill, I think, the rest of Senator Smitherman's time here just a minute, and then have his resolution read at length, and then move on to the next one. So
Okay.
while they're having conversations back in the back here.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and have the resolution read at length, if that's okay.
Secretary, read the resolution at length.
Senate Joint Resolution commending Charles C. Anderson for earning the Business Alabama Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025. Whereas with great pride and special pleasure, highest commendations and congratulations are conveyed to Charles C. Anderson, a native son and lifelong resident of Florence, Alabama, for earning the Business Alabama Lifetime Achievement Award. And whereas Charles Anderson began working for the family business Anderson News Company as a child, through his full partnership with his father began after he graduated Florence State Teachers College, now the University of North Alabama, in 1956. He turned down a high-paying management position to accept his father's offer to buy 1/3 of the company because he knew he could grow the business his father started, and he did. In 1956, the company operated 2 newsstands and 3 trucks that wholesaled magazines and paperback books in the North Alabama area. Whereas Charles Anderson grew that business into 4 separate companies: Anderson Media, TNT Fireworks, Anderson Press, and Books A Million Incorporated. He now serves as the chairman emeritus of the quad of companies, and his sons Charles Jr., Terry, Clyde, and Harold serve as CEOs of the family businesses. And whereas Charles Anderson has served on the boards of First National Bank of Florence, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Heritage Trust Fund, and the Shoals Economic Development Authority Board, as well as the National Advisory Board of the Salvation Army, and he is chairman of First Southern Bank, which his family co-owns. Whereas Charles Anderson has earned many awards and accolades over the years, including the University of North Alabama Alumnus of the Year in 1979. He was inducted into the Alabama Business Hall of Fame in 2002, the Alabama Academy of Honor in 2011, and the Florence Walk of Honor in 2016. He is a Horatio Alger Award recipient, class of 2015, and he is a member of the President's Cabinet at both the University of North Alabama and the University of Alabama. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that Charles C. Anderson is highly commended for earning the Business Alabama Lifetime Achievement Award, and this resolution is offered to him in highest regard and with best wishes for continued success and prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a couple more resolutions, so I'd like to just move for final passage using the long.
All those in favor say aye.
Okay.
Aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I have an SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
I would request a long roll, y'all.
Okay.
Senate Joint Resolution number 56 by Senator Livingston recognizing April 8th, 2025 as Scouting America Day is referred to the Committee on Rules.
I would request immediate consideration and also to add all members.
All right, let's do one at a time. So any objection to immediate consideration? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, now we're on it. You want to add all members as
I'd like to request
co-sponsors?
all members be added as co-sponsors.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Could I have the resolution read at length, sir?
All right, Secretary, read the resolution at length.
Senate Joint Resolution number 56 recognizing April 8th, 2025 as Scouting America Day. Whereas with great pride and special pleasure, this body commends the Scouting America Councils that serve Alabama for their leadership and dedication to preparing young people for adulthood and responsible citizenship. The Alabama-Florida Council, Black Warrior Council, Chattahoochee Council, Greater Alabama Council, Mobile Area Council, and the Tuckabashie Council. Whereas membership in Cub Scouting, Scouts BCA venturing, and career exploring is growing across Alabama, now representative of 15,803 Scouts. Whereas in 2024, 352 young men and women achieved the rank of Eagle Scout from all the Alabama-based Scouts BSA troops. These youth represent Scouting's best and will be well equipped and to serve and provide leadership to our state and the nation. The Eagle Scout Leadership Project and service hours provided by troops and individual scouts represent thousands of hours each year, benefiting their hometowns, local churches, hunger relief missions, and other nonprofit organizations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that April 8th, 2025 is recognized as Scouting America Day in Alabama, and this resolution is offered to 6 councils that serve the state of Alabama in highest esteem and with best wishes for continued growth and success.
Mr. President, next week is Scouting Day here in the state of Alabama or across the country, and they will be gathered on the steps of the Capitol next week. Our young Boozer, our treasurer, is a Eagle Scout, as I am, as think Senator Hovey is, and we have a number of members here that have been scouts in the past and have carried forward. And just think it's an important day that we recognize scouts across America and scouts across Alabama and the value that they have brought to our communities and the guidance in there that they have, and the scout masters that have taken them there. It's a commitment of time for folks to do that, and we certainly appreciate that, and we would recognize that. And I think in honor of Mr. Senator Smitherman, we call the long roll here if we could.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll, please.
Sustain.
All right, let's call sustain. It is. All right.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
22 ayes, 0 nays. The motion's adopted. Thank you, Senator Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Beasley, do you have something?
Senate Joint Resolution number 57, commemorating the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio eradication campaign by Senator Beasley.
Mr. President, I'd like to pass the SJR. I think that includes all senators as sponsors.
Any objection for immediate consideration? Hearing none, so ordered. And then you want to add all senators as co-sponsors?
Yes, sir.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
I'd like to ask for the SJR to be read at length, please.
All right, Secretary, read at length, please.
Senate Joint Resolution commemorating the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio eradication campaign. Whereas 70 years ago in 1955, the United States embarked on a historic public health initiative, the nationwide polio eradication campaign, marking the beginning of the end for a disease that had long afflicted children and adults, leaving thousands paralyzed or dead each year. Whereas polio is a highly infectious disease that has existed for thousands of years and which primarily affects children under the age of 5, causing paralysis and death, and for which there is no known cure. Whereas through the groundbreaking work of many physicians and scientists, the development of the first safe and effective polio vaccine offered hope to millions of families across Alabama and across the United States and the world. Whereas in the early years of the fight against polio, black doctors and researchers at the Tuskegee Infantile Paralysis Center at Tuskegee Institute, now Tuskegee University, conducted significant work in treating and eradicating polio, with the center serving as the only place in the South where African American children with polio could come for treatment. Whereas in 1955, Ira Myers, MD, became administrative officer and assistant to then State Health Officer Dr. D.G. Gill. He helped initiate the mass Salk polio vaccine program in Alabama after having served from 1950 to 1955 in the Federal Public Health Service as a senior surgeon, chief epidemic intelligence officer, Communicable Disease Center. He participated in field studies of polio epidemiology and trials of the Salk polio vaccine and co-authored several scientific articles in national publications detailing the cause, effects, and treatment for polio and other similar viral infections. Whereas on April 12, 1955, the largest vaccination effort in U.S. history began, which ultimately led to the eradication of polio in the United States. President Dwight Eisenhower, whose administration played a key role in funding polio research and ensuring widespread distribution of the vaccine, stated, "I think that this is one of the greatest events of our time." Whereas this anniversary serves as a reminder of the power of science, medicine, and collective action in overcoming such a terrible and devastating disease affecting children, and stands as one of the greatest public health triumphs of the 20th century. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that we do hereby commemorate the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio eradication campaign and acknowledge and salute the tremendous accomplishments of all the scientists, physicians, public health personnel, parents, and others, and many Alabamians among them, who made them remarkable achievement possible.
Mr. President, I'd like to call for the long roll, please.
All right, is the call sustained? All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have some resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 143, commending the winners of the 2024 Great Alabama 650 race in the Alabama Scenic Rivers Trails in state promotion. Also, House Joint Resolution number 149, congratulating Ben Harris on being inducted into the National High School Sports Hall of Fame. Also, House Joint Resolution number 152, commending Shannon D. Williams. Also, House Joint Resolution number 156, commemorating the bicentennial of the Marquis de Lafayette 1825 visit to Alabama. Receive a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolutions from rules.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Have another resolution from rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 100, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on expanding access to high-quality out-of-school education programs, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President. Move adoption of the resolution from rules.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Have a resolution.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 58 by Senator Wagner, acknowledging the Alabama Grocers Association on its 35th anniversary.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, one opposed. All right, resolution.
Mr. President, have a resolution.
All right, resolution's adopted. All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 59 by Senators Wagner and others, supporting national efforts to expand timber production and streamline policies to enhance forest management.
President.
All right, Senator Wagner.
No, you.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Okay. Do you want to speak on this? All right, you're recognized.
Yes, I request for it to be read, and I thought that I had got it organized up here that I wanted long roll call vote. I'm not questioning you. You have to see it abstain, and I know that means that we're getting close to the letter of the rules versus the understanding of what we're trying to do, and I respect that. So I'll just come back up here. We were trying to have some discussion that I thought might give us a little leeway in here, but I can't do it because of what's happening. No, I got it, Doc. I can't get it done, so I respect that. So I requested this be read.
You want it read?
And then I was asked that you recognize me. Then I'll go through getting the hands.
Yeah, and just so me and you're on the
Yeah.
same page, Senator Smitherman, I just
Okay.
do whatever, body asks. So, all right, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 59, supporting national efforts to expand timber production and streamline policies to enhance forest management. Whereas the production of timber, lumber, paper, bioenergy, and the other wood products is critical to our nation's well-being and essential for construction and energy production. Whereas the federal government is creating an avenue to increase domestic timber production in order to enhance forest management, reduce wildlife risks, and decrease reliance on imported timber. Whereas boosting domestic timber production will create jobs, lower construction costs, and make the United States more self-reliant by tapping into its abundant timber resources, which is essential for the construction, energy, manufacturing, and shipping industries. Whereas the United States has an abundance of timber resources that can meet domestic timber production needs, increased timber production will help reduce foreign dependency, lower cost, and enhance economic security. Whereas the wood industry is a crucial part of the United States manufacturing and defense industries, supporting 500 facilities and over 750,000 direct and indirect jobs. Whereas the state of Alabama has long been an advocate for improving forest management to protect communities and its natural resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that this body supports partnering with states to champion national efforts to expand timber production domestically, which will increase jobs and resources available to the American people. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution shall be delivered to the President of the United States and the Alabama congressional delegation.
Mr. President.
All right, now we're on motion to adopt. Did you want the
Long roll.
long roll? Call sustain? All right, it is. Okay, so Secretary, call the long roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
By 29 ayes, 0 nays, the motion's adopted. All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, any objection for immediate consideration? Hearing none, so ordered. Secretary read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 60 by Senator Chambliss, honoring Daniel Pratt as Alabama's first great industrialist.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I request the title be read at length.
Title of the whole bill.
Bill. Both.
Bill? Okay.
Both.
Both? All right. Secretary, read the bill.
Whereas Daniel Pratt, born in 1799 in Temple, New Hampshire, was a visionary industrialist, workforce developer, landscape architect, and philanthropist who profoundly influenced the state of Alabama. Whereas Daniel Pratt, after receiving training as a carpenter, traveled to the southern United States and eventually settled in Alabama, where he founded the town of Prattville in 1838, transforming a swampy landscape into a thriving industrial hub. Businesses he started include a grist mill, a woolen mill, blacksmith shop, sawmill, horse mill shop, door, sash, and blind shop, a carriage and wagon shop, tin shop, foundry, general store, cotton mill, and a mercantile, among others. Whereas Daniel Pratt is credited with building the first dam in Alabama, his purpose as a community builder was to enhance its generational residents with a lifestyle of growth, spirituality, mentally, and physically. His plan was to develop a modernized workforce to populate his first industrial manufacturing business. Whereas he was also a champion of and a charter investor for railroads, noting that Alabama had health and water power, but lacked the third leg of the stool, accessibility to market. Whereas he established the Daniel Pratt Gin Company, which became the largest manufacturer of cotton gins in the world, setting new standards for industrial excellence and contributing to the economic development of Alabama. His internationally renowned gin company operated for nearly 180 years, from 1833 to 2012, under successor names such as the Continental Gin Company and the Continental Eagle Corporation. Whereas a devout and steadfast Christian, Daniel Pratt was deeply committed to philanthropy, providing land and funds for the construction of schools and churches, and promoting cultural enrichment through libraries, music societies, and art galleries for the benefit of his community. Whereas although Mr. Pratt died in 1873, his gin factory remained active on the global stage, driving industrial innovation and expanding into new sectors. His son-in-law, Henry Fairchild de Vardeleben, carried forward Pratt's vision, spearheading the growth of the iron and coal industry in what would become Birmingham. Whereas Daniel Pratt's remarkable contributions to the development of Alabama's iron and coal region are honored through the naming of industrial ventures such as the Pratt Coal and Coke Company, Pratt Coal and Iron Company, Pratt Mines, and the Pratt Seam, which fostered the growth of Pratt City. The successes of Alabama's iron and coal industries is deeply rooted in Pratt's visionary efforts to develop the state's mineral resources. Whereas in addition to manufacturing cotton gins, the Continental Gin Company became one of the first Southern industries to produce munitions for World War II, recognized for both the quality and quantity of its production. CGC was awarded the United States Navy's prestigious E flag for excellence 6 times throughout the war. To provide support its wartime operations, the company maintained a full-time office in Washington, D.C. for the entire 4-year duration. Whereas CGC played a crucial role in the Manhattan Project by providing heavy piping for the atomic energy program at Oak Ridge, demonstrating its commitment to advancing national interest. Whereas the Daniel Pratt Continental Gin Company collection includes engineering drawings of numerous types of bombshells, munitions, artillery mounts, turrets, and shields manufactured at CGC plants, highlighting its significant contribution to military manufacturing. Whereas from 1926 to 1959, CGC was owned by the Woodruff family of Atlanta, best known for their ownership of Coca-Cola, showcasing CGC's versatility in manufacturing. The Daniel Pratt Continental Gin Company collection includes engineering drawings for Coca-Cola dispensers from the 1940s and the 1950s. Whereas Daniel Pratt was Alabama's first great industrialist and established Prattville as Alabama's first industrial village, laying the foundation for the state's economic growth. Whereas Daniel Pratt played a pivotal role in the design and construction of the 1851 Alabama State Capitol as the lead commissioner, shaping the state's most iconic government building. Whereas a copy of Mr. Pratt's architectural drawing of the Capitol is preserved at the Prattagon Museum, and the circular cantilevered staircases found within the Capitol were a standard architectural feature in the homes Pratt designed and built in Georgia before coming to Alabama, as well as in the homes he built in Autauga County. Whereas Horace King, the renowned bridge builder, credited with constructing the Capitol staircases, was known to Mr. Pratt from his time in Georgia, and Mr. Pratt provided Mr. King with a $100 model used in the construction of the Chattahoochee River covered bridge in the early 1830s. Whereas in 1846, Pratt constructed a 3-story building on St. Charles Street in New Orleans to house cotton gins being shipped to France, Russia, Africa, the United Kingdom, and Mexico, demonstrating his company's global reach and influence. Whereas Daniel Pratt co-founded the Red Mountain Iron and Coal Company in 1862 and faithfully served as its president. Whereas recognizing the financial difficulties of Reconstruction, Daniel Pratt partnered in opening the Wheeless Pratt Bank in New Orleans in 1867. Whereas following the Civil War in 1867, Daniel Pratt was selected to chair the first meeting of the National Association of Textile Manufacturers in New York City, underscoring his prominence in industrialism. And whereas Daniel Pratt was honored with the first honorary degree of Master of Mechanical and Useful Arts by the University of Alabama, recognizing his extraordinary contributions to industry and public welfare. Whereas, though not having the benefit of a formal education himself, Pratt expressed in a private letter that no man holds education in a higher estimation than myself. Whereas Daniel Pratt served as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives and continued to invest and encourage all to invest in the state's infrastructure and economic growth throughout his life. Whereas mindful of his Christian duty, Daniel Pratt delivered, "Some pretend to show their works by their faith. I hope to show my faith by my works, so long as God blesses me with health and strength." Whereas Daniel Pratt was renowned as a great industrialist, but he also earned recognition as a Southern Renaissance man, an advocate for education. He was an architect, patron of the arts, economic developer, statesman, philanthropist. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that we celebrate the life and legacy of Daniel Pratt as Alabama's first great industrialist, whose pioneering achievements in business, manufacturing, infrastructure, and community service have left an enduring mark on the state of Alabama and continue to inspire future generations. Be it further resolved that it is our duty to follow the example of Daniel Pratt and continue to invest in our communities through our faith, our family, and fellow man.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the resolution.
Senator Chambliss, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, thank you for allowing us to go through that entire lengthy resolution. But it honors a man that arrived in our state in the early 1800s and had a profound impact not only on the city of Prattville, not only on central Alabama, not only on the state, but also the nation and the world. One of the things that's most interesting to me is that he was heavily involved in the design and construction of our current state capitol right across the street. The circular staircases that you see in that capitol are kind of a signature of his. The homes that he built in Georgia before he arrived in Alabama have those same staircases. Buena Vista in Prattville has that same staircase. He was a partner with Horace King, the renowned bridge builder. Daniel Pratt provided a model of a bridge to go across the Chattahoochee River that Horace King built. That model was provided for $100. That was big money back in that day. He also, and that's the reason this resolution is so lengthy. There are so many things that he was involved in, not only in Prattville, but also in the Birmingham area. And I'm glad that our senator from Birmingham, he was able to finish his discussion over there, because I think this will be of great interest to him. If any of you have heard of Pratt City, I'm not sure who the senator is for Pratt City. Grew up over there. Pratt City is named after Daniel Pratt. There's also a seam, a geological seam under Birmingham that is named the Pratt Seam. So the minerals and iron and steel and all those things that come out, he had an influence on developing those and getting them to the surface and putting them into a position to help with his gins. There are so many things that he did. He went to New Orleans, helped establish a bank there, built a warehouse there to ship all the gins there, and they went all over the world. So there are many things. And all the things that we do and espouse here, if you take time to read this resolution, he was an uneducated man, but he said something similar, and I'm quoting him pretty close. There is no man who holds education in a higher esteem than myself, because he knew his limitations because of his lack of education. Now, he accomplished a lot in spite of that lack of education. He actually was awarded the first honorary master's degree from the University of Alabama.
Wow.
Because of all the things that he did. And not only in Prattville, but as I was mentioning, the Birmingham area, Pratt Coke and Iron Company, Pratt Iron and Ore, and several of those are listed in here. So anyway, I wanted to highlight a few of those. They were a major component in some of our war efforts. They designed and produced bomb casings in Prattville, just right over here. Coca-Cola machines. I've seen these drawings. When the company closed after 180 years, we were able to go in and get all of these drawings and preserve them. Department of Archives helped us. We have over 10,000 of these engineering drawings. So we wanted to highlight some of that. The state of Alabama has never, in our knowledge, recognized him for what he did. He came from New England, came through the East Coast, Georgia, and then ultimately settled here. So with that, I see my colleague across the way that might have a question or comment.
Senator Coleman Madison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I just rise to say thank you for raising awareness. I share that interest. I am a proud resident of Pratt City in Birmingham.
I did not know that. I knew that you lived in that area. I didn't know
exactly. And Pratt City got its name from Daniel Pratt.
Yeah.
We have a Pratt Elementary School, well, before it burned down. But at our library, there is a museum that we have inside the Pratt Library that have artifacts and things from that era. Daniel Pratt was instrumental in assisting. Pratt City was a mining, started out as a mining town where you had a number of populations coming from all over the world because people came to work in the mines. But as a matter of fact, U.S. Steel, TCI, started there. Daniel Pratt had a part in that, and that really was what catapulted Birmingham into what we call the coal age or the steel age, became the Magic City.
The
But it
Steel
all
City of
started
the
there.
South at one time.
Exactly. And I remind people often that Pratt City is older than the city of Birmingham.
Oh.
So we share Daniel Pratt and his legacy that he has left not only in Prattville, but in Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate you rising. I wish I'd have known you lived in Pratt City. I knew it was somewhere. I thought, but I should have asked. But anyway,
You see,
thank
there's
you.
more that binds us together than divides us.
There
so
really
we have a lot
is.
in common.
There really is.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. President, I would ask for the long roll.
All right, is the call sustained? Yep, Secretary, call a long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss.
Aye.
Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, no nays. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Chambliss. I'd like to recognize some guests in the gallery, the guests of Senator Stewart. If you'll please stand. Drug-Free Communities of Dallas County. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, are there any other resolutions? All right, there are no uncontested local bills. So, Secretary, call the first bill on the special order calendar.
There are uncontested local bills. We got a local contest? Cool. Good.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 85 by Senators Orr and Chasteen regarding vaccines. BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
I don't know. I guess we're on the first bill. You
Yes,
called
sir.
it up.
Yes, sir.
I guess somebody need to come up, do what they do, because I'm going to ask to speak on the BIR when they make the motion. It's not my bill.
All right, Senator Orr's bill. Okay, he's on the way, so Senator Barfoot, you're recognized.
Thank you. I stand in place of Senator Orr and ask for adoption of the BIR.
Speak to BR.
Yeah, I won't. You can't. Yeah, I won't speak to it. Thank you. Listen, I maybe, I want everybody to listen to me. Maybe one of the problems that you may see that bills come from over here that for whatever reason, you may say, well, that bill concerns me. Well, let me just say this. It's a process is called amending bills. It's called amending bills. And just like we amend bills and have amendments for bills that we may have a concern about the issue, that's what you should do. Not take the attitude where they go out there, we got to kill them or we got to do this. That's how you work together. If you got a problem, come with an amendment. If you got a problem, you need to identify the problem so the sponsor can come with to see you and you can discuss and work through with the amendment. But just to tell us that you ain't gonna put nothing on there because you got a problem, no, that's being very disrespectful. To say that you got, because I got a problem and that, don't, them bills there, they ain't no whatever like that. No, that's not the right way to do it. Webster says politics is the art of compromise. And it takes two people to compromise. All I can do is give you the invitation that I will compromise and we will compromise. But that's one set. You got to compromise as well and be willing to sit down and talk about it. Yeah, that's the hard work to do. It's easy to go up and say, well, I don't want that, and if it comes, then I'm going to vote again. That's the easy. But they sent us down here to do the hard job. And that's sitting down together if you got a problem and work it out. Not blocking us from having anything on here. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the core of the problem, y'all. That's what the whip does. I happen to be the minority whip. The whip tries to work these problems out. So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention as my capacity as a minority whip is to tell you that's how you're supposed to do it. You know, that's exactly how you're supposed to do it. So now it's just like playing football. The ball has been punted to the other team. Now you got that ball I just gave. So now it's up to you all to run with that ball of sitting down, getting together, of sending a message or email, or sending your staff over to the other one of our offices to say that, look, I need to talk to him, and when can I talk to him? Or I got a problem with this, or catching us in the hall, or pulling us in the corner, or wherever it may be. Then the ball will be kicked back to us. And then it's our job to be able to address that concern and then kick the ball back to you. That's the way it goes. It ain't coming here chilling, automatic, put this on here, boom, boom, run it out, don't do nothing for them, and let's go on. That's not how it's done. It's hard work. Why y'all think I got this up here? I'm not trying to be comical. This is to let you know we at the thick part where you got to do what I'm talking about now. We get into the thick part of this session. And yes, it's going to call for the kind of work I just said to get past the fact that the easy thing to do is to drink the top. Just don't put it on there. That's drinking the top. Or to kill it. That's the easy thing. Boom, boom, one vote to kill. I ain't got to do nothing gone. What I'm talking about is it's going to take work. You start on Tuesday, may do it Wednesday, and it's ready for Thursday. It takes work. And that's what's got to be done. Work to get us through this process. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take that, for real. And then to complicate things on what I said about yesterday, after talking, and I'm going to give my chairman credit over here in General Fund. I'm going to give him credit. Because he was a part of the conversation in trying to work through the process. Y'all heard me for 2 days to say what happened in the budget in the House. And then I get a slap in the face after talking to them, after meeting with them, and they passed some budget and sent it up here with the same problem. That's disrespectful. So now they've shifted the problem, so the problem is still out there. So they called for me to come up here until that problem now is solved up here. So now they have delayed the smoothness of the process up here until the General Fund chairman decides that it's time to have a hearing on the budget. Until he's got work to do. I mean, for real, he's got work to do. He shouldn't even have that on him. But they punted that to him. Ain't nothing right about that. There's nothing right about that. So yes, you know, what did I say when I got, how much time I got on this? What did I say when I got up here earlier? I said, Roger Smitherman, Senator, Senate District 18, reporting for duty. I held this up. I said, I take the tools. Now let me freeze right there. Now, the tools I got to work with and deal with is a budget coming up here that done wiped out everything after they get notice and understanding that what has happened, and they still send it up here like that. I didn't create the tool. I didn't create the problem. I didn't even hold back. I gave notice that there is a problem. They created it. So if any frustration in anybody, that's where it needs to be dealt with. You need to take that frustration downstairs. Okay? Not get frustrated because I ought to be, you know, back in the old days, they said, you need to be a good boy and accept that you're getting messed over, smile about it, and not say a word. That's the expectation, I think, of some people in that direction. I think it is. But that is not what representation of 150,000 people is, just for the record. That representation should not be diminished, not one iota. It should be given the same consideration as anybody, 150,000, that's up here. And I'm not saying you all don't here, because you all didn't create this problem. I want y'all to understand that. Nobody is blaming anybody up here for creating that problem. But they have punted the problem to us. So now the problem is here. I don't even have any doubt that we won't deal and handle the problem here. I want y'all to understand that. I mean, for some of y'all up here, and ain't few of y'all, but for some of y'all, I've been up here for every day of 31 years. So I know that we're going to handle it. But the problem is there's a gap now in time between we get to handling it. So until we do that, the problem is lingering in the, as they said, in the computers, in the clouds, is lingering in the clouds.
Okay, time's expired on the BIR.
Long road. Need the long.
Secretary, please call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Hey, son.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
(24 ayes, 2 nays). The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 85 by Senators Orr and Chastain regarding vaccines.
Senator Orr, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. All right, I think the pro tem's going to be approaching the desk here in a minute, but I want to tell you about this piece of legislation that this body has seen before. We had this bill last year. It passed out of the Senate, went to the House, and did not pass. Consequently, we are back again with this very similar, I think the same bill almost. I know that there is an amendment that was prepared and getting the final tweaks on it that'll be coming here in the next second or two. They had to change a word or two, and then it's been worked on. I know we may be talking about this fine piece of legislation for a while and drinking our Nesquik and Got
Got a little Mountain Dew over here?
Mountain Dew, and
And
our water.
caffeine.
That's not good for us, Senator. You know, all that sugar.
That's why I got the water to dilute
okay. A
it.
little good with the bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm glad you said it, because some folks probably say, why you got water and Mountain Dew? I'm trying, this the healthy part.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, you know, I've learned that you got to clean that liver out, and, you know, and your respiratory system, wash that stuff through, you know.
So let me, since we're off the BIR now, I'd like to just go ahead and kind of explain what the lay of the land is. And if you don't remember what happened last year and you weren't in committee this year and the committee it came through.
Let me say this for you. Let me say this before you get started. You know, I can promise you, not that you asked me to promise you, but I promise you, I would allow you, I will participate as long as you just want to talk about it. You see what I mean? I'm not going to interrupt you, you know.
I think the deal committee's over here talking right now, so we'll see. So there's, right now, current law says this. If you want to take a religious exemption for your child's vaccination, and you want to get a religious exemption, then right now you here in a second. If you want a religious exemption, you've got to go to your county health department and sit before a county health department official and tell them, I would like a religious exemption. It's not discretionary. They're supposed to give you the piece of paper that you take back to the school and say, that says this child is claimed a religious exemption from getting a vaccination. The problem, this bill, if it were to pass, says you can go straight to the school. You don't have to go to the county health department. It's not discretionary with the county health department. They have to give you your exemption. But what's happening at some of these county health departments, Mobile, for example, Mobile was charging, I believe it was $30 to exercise your religious faith, more or less, and get the exemption. To get the piece of paper, you had to pay $30. And that's like taxing somebody that has a faith issue with the vaccination. And you may say, well, who has faith exemption? I mean, why? What's the problem? Well, there's a lot of aborted fetal tissue in these vaccines. And for some people, that is a very, very serious concern to them. I've got a list of all the vaccinations that contain aborted fetal tissue. And so that's where we'd like to say you don't have to get the form from the health department, go straight to the school in writing saying that you want an exemption. And so then you say, well, is this going to mean we're out of the mainstream? Is Alabama going to be out of the, are we doing something and cutting our own path on this? I'll read to you the states that say with a parental statement in writing, the religious exemptions are offered. You don't have to go to the health department. In other words, to express your religious freedom, you go straight to the school and just submit something in writing for their records. And that is how it operates. So here are the states: Alaska, Arizona, Delaware, Florida, Hawaii, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia. So if I had to guess, probably 25 states there, more or less, so half the country allows that to happen, and that you can go straight to the school, present in writing something that says, I want to exempt my child from any vaccinations. So it's a streamlined process. It takes the state or the government out of it, in that you don't have to get the government to do that and to give you the permission. I do know, and you might be interested, recently I learned after Mobile got sued that Jefferson County charges $10 to get one of these pieces of paper.
I did not know that.
I didn't
want
either
you to
until
know
about
that.
2 weeks ago. The Jefferson County Public Health Board or office there charges for you to express your religious faith by not getting vaccinated. So one is a streamlined process. So you just will go from, you sign the piece of paper, take it to the school. You don't have to go to the county health department. Two is, of course, if people have sincerely held religious beliefs and that's what they want to do, our state constitution and our federal constitution holds that very highly. So you have the religious issue, the First Amendment. Then you got to think about the drain on those in the county health department to talk to the parents, and that becomes another issue because it's not discretionary. They're supposed to, if you go in, I would like the religious exemption, they're supposed to give you the piece of paper. But what's happening around the state, maybe well-intentioned, maybe not, I don't know, that those working in the county health departments sometimes, well, why do you believe what you believe? Don't you? What's wrong with vaccines? What are your religious beliefs?
They go to an
what
oral
church
test.
do you go to?
Oral test.
Well,
Call that an oral test.
I don't know. They start quizzing parents or guardians on why are you doing this? That ought not be having people with the government hat on, sitting in their role as the government, questioning and wanting to probe the validity of someone's religious beliefs. Now, I'm not saying that happens all the time, but that is something that
I agree with you.
that we shouldn't happen. And they
that part, I agree
get
with
a little aggressive, like I'm not going to give you the piece of paper till you answer all my questions about
no.
your religious faith and why what denomination is this that has a problem. And as I said earlier, I've got a list here of all the vaccines that contain the aborted fetal tissues that and some of these are the MMR and others that is what it is. So anyway, that's a concern for sure. And this would, again, take the government and that potential for mischief out of the mix and out of the process for something that is not discretionary, it's mandatory. They ought to just hand it over, the piece of paper, and say, here you go. But why even do that if just signing something saying I take a religious exemption, hand it to the school people, and bypass a hurdle that you have to jump over just to have express your religious beliefs? And that's the crux of this bill in a nutshell. Did you have a question? And I'll yield for a question if you'd like.
I do have a question, and just honestly, some vaccines I believe in, some I don't. But why do you have to have a religious exemption? Why can't it just be a conscientious objection? What are the agnostic people going to do? What are the atheists going to do if they don't want to do it? So I'm just saying, I don't know why we have to tie this to religion.
I would agree, but this is the one area that, anyway, this is the one area that,
I know we're.
I'm not, I think, yeah, would I sponsor a bill that did that? Yes. What is the likelihood that this body and the one downstairs, that it would go through? In my humble opinion, not very good. It would be more of an uphill challenge than it already is. So I would love to do that if I were king for a day, but I'm not king. So you go with what you got.
Well, honestly, if it's okay not to take it, which I obviously agree with it is, I don't see why we got to hide behind religion and say that's the only people that can't. They get an exemption. I mean, it was so frustrating when we had all these healthcare workers that would get fired if they wouldn't take a vaccine. I just don't understand why I get where you're coming from. And I'm just sit over there and had one of those moments. I just went, wait a minute.
Yeah,
and I don't get those often.
A good number of states have the conscientious objection exclusion where I just object, I don't want to do it. I'm not even going that far, but wish we could, but they don't have that. I mean, they do have that. We do not. And this is just, again, trying to take the government out of what you're going to get already and take a little stress off of parents in the process. So,
well, thank you, sir.
That's the thinking with this.
Thank you, Senator Melson.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Coleman Madison, you're recognized.
may I dialogue for a minute with the gentleman?
Did you have a question, Senator? Okay.
You know, my question is
certainly yield.
always why. I know you brought this bill before, but why?
Why? Like I said, the current process is if I have a religious objection, I have to go to the health department. I get my piece of paper. I take my piece of paper to the school. The piece of paper that I get at the health department is not discretionary. In other words, they have to give it to me. It's not like, we should. But a couple reasons to eliminate that middle step where under this bill, I would, in writing, say, I have a religious objection for my child to get a vaccination. I would take that directly to the school. I just bypass the health department because what's happening, not only is it a nuisance, just more time, make an appointment, go by and get the piece of paper. Sometimes in the health departments, it's causing problems where you have, I'm going to call over-aggressive or over-eager health department workers saying, Mr. Orr, what do you believe? Why do you believe vaccinations are a problem? What faith are you? What denomination? Why do you have these concerns? I'm not familiar with that religion. And like I said earlier, a lot of it comes from aborted fetal tissue being used in vaccines.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. I see that point. I guess I want to kind of go back of why we started having vaccinations in the beginning. And I still have the question on, you have to have an immunization form when kids first enroll. So are we doing away with that? Are kids not going to be required, parents are not going to be required to have that form? It was always a blue form, as I remember, the immunization form when you went to school, when you enrolled. And that was something that was required. So are we doing away with that?
No, this is only for those that have a religious objection to the vaccines for their child as they enroll. If you don't, then you would tender the blue form. And, we know that those that may come into this country and just show up at school, they're not required to have the blue form either. They're considered as homeless technically under the federal law and are just admitted without any vaccination record as well. So my point is, there are exceptions out there that are already occurring, and they're occurring now under the current process. Again, this bill just takes out that middle step where you got to go to the health department to get the paper. And that, as I told the other gentleman, I found out 2 weeks ago that Jefferson County was charging a fee to get the piece of paper. So now you're like, now wait a minute.
Yeah,
Why are we charging people to, express their religious
subjective
beliefs?
thing.
You know what? And in Mobile, they got sued. They were charging, I think, $30. And there was a lawsuit, and it just settled because the county health department down there admitted. Now, I think, you can correct me on this, Jefferson County and Mobile counties, they're kind of they're
Right.
a free agent, more
Right.
or less, in the
Kinda a little bit
public
different
health
from
world.
under the big umbrella of
And
the
then
health
the
department.
other 65 are kind of under the Montgomery rule, I'll say, as
Right.
far as health department. So anyway, they got sued down in Mobile, and in the settlement there, we won't charge anymore for our form. And
So do you think that where this is already leading to then is that we will no longer require the immunization forms for kids enrolling? Because, I mean, you've already said you have people coming in from the outside and you don't know whether they've been immunized or not. However, if these kids transfer from a school that is in the United States,
I'm sorry.
that's
Senator.
okay, I understand. If the kids transfer from a school within the United States, records can be transferred that way. We pretty much kind of own that same system. But I don't know how this works if you have a child that, my uncle was military, and he had 4 girls and a boy, and they were all born in other countries because his wife and family traveled with him. So, I don't know when they came back to America and started school here, whether they were required to have some kind of form because other countries are different. And again, the question still goes back to, are we moving toward just eliminating
I don't
the
think so.
requirement for the
Again,
immunization form?
No, I'm sorry. I don't think so. All we're doing is you're taking out the middle step, which they're going to get the piece of paper anyway. Now, they may be browbeat, they may not. I don't know. It's just kind of a hassle to go to the health department, get the little form, and come back. We're just taking out that middle step. So I don't think there's going to be a run on the bank of a bunch of people requesting or submitting a religious exemption, because you and I, most people, get the vaccinations as children. Now, that's the schedule, the vaccination schedule that you and I grew up on
Yeah.
is a whole lot different from the one they have today. That list has gone from this to this. And I know their parents concerned about that. I don't know their religious beliefs or whatever, but I know they certainly express concerns.
So on your list, this would be, yes, you're right. It's from this to this, along much longer accordion expanded list. But some things, I would hope that children would still be vaccinated against. I mean, we came through COVID. Thank God we're still here. There were people who chose not to take the COVID shots. And it doesn't mean that you won't get COVID. I did catch COVID even though I took the shot. However, the second time I contracted, it was a whole lot less. But we cannot deny the fact that people died. I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what kind of outbreak. The next nuclear war may not necessarily be missiles and bombs. Everybody said it's going to be viral. And I'm just wondering where we're going with this, and have we kind of thought about what the end looks like? Because with this, I still see that we may be ending up headed toward that road of, okay, well, let's just do away with the vaccinations altogether. I don't think that's wise. And of course, with our new director of HHS, it's kind of strange, who says, you know, he's opposed to the vaccination, but his kids were vaccinated. I'm just wondering if that's where we are going. And of course, you know, so why are we just saying that, okay, because of religious objections, people just saying, you know, well, okay, I just don't want to take the shot, don't want my kid to have the shot. Why do you have to have the religious objection?
That's what the senator from Northwest Alabama said just a little bit ago. Just got an MD behind his name. You know, that was his. And there's states that allow that just say, it doesn't matter, your conscientious objection, if that's what you, but we're not, this bill doesn't do that. We don't go there. We stick with what we have today. We're just taking out that middle step and saying we're just going to expedite things, not tie up people in the health department, waiting rooms, waiting to get their piece of paper that they got. The bureaucrat that's going to issue it has to give it to them anyway.
It's kind of strange that my friend across the aisle here.
Yeah, not this MD, the other.
I think we're kind of on the same page in a sense, but because he deals with babies and things like that, so we understand. But anyway, I guess we'll just have to let this take its course and find out what's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be about us, this generation. Is going to be about the generations that come after us of the results of the laws that we pass here. But thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Am I recognized?
Recognized.
Thank you so much. Senator, I have been actually listening to the debate and listening.
Riveting, isn't it?
Always in this body. I guess what I am perplexed by is really the removal from the county health department. Now, I see not charging. I could agree with you of not charging, but I think the purpose of making that request from the county health department is to make sure that things can be tracked. So, currently right now, there is an outbreak of measles in the state of Texas. And so, and again, I'm a lawyer, I'm not in the health field, but I am a mother. And I'm just wondering if the health department was the correct place, or I feel as if it would be, so at least you can track kind of who is not being vaccinated in the event of some type of outbreak, so you can kind of find who patient 0 is.
Right.
And so that is a major concern of mine. Of course, in this country, we do have freedom of religion. That is one of the beautiful things about living in America. However, we don't have freedom from prosecution or some type of penalty because of things that are not legal. Even if you say that it is your religion, someone can say that it's against, it is a part of their religion for human sacrifice. Well, you can try to do that, but you're gonna be prosecuted for murder. You can say that a part of your religion is sacrificing animals. Well, hey, you don't get it. You can believe it. You can believe that. But if you do something to animals in this country, especially if you do anything to a dog, you are going to be prosecuted for animal cruelty. But on this particular issue, I just been kind of thinking about, I'm a Christian, but what religious tenet? What is it that, and again, you don't have to answer, really a rhetorical, like what religious tenet you could use to say that, although I'm a person that supports science, so I'm going to be vaccinated. I'm gonna take every vaccine that the scientists tell me I need. And although my children are adults now, I would encourage them as well. When they were children, they got every vaccine. I'm their mother. It was my responsibility to make sure that they were healthy. But I'm gonna take every single vaccine, but I don't know what religious tenet there is. Well, that would be the reason to not be vaccinated. I know there are a lot of people that have personal opinions now about why people shouldn't be vaccinated. And that's their right to have that opinion. But I'm just glad right now that I do not have children that are in school, because you could risk your child being exposed to something because someone else chose not to have their children vaccinated. And I mean, everybody in this room has been vaccinated. I mean, we had to be. We just had to be. You had to have, and I don't think there are any crazies or it has impacted us negatively. I don't think so. But now there is a whole segment of the population that has blamed everything on vaccines. I mean, I read some stuff the other day, but I mean, I'm a lawyer, I'm not a scientist, so I believe the science. Matter of fact, last year, how old am I? I'm 51, I'll be 52 this year. I did not take that doggone shingles vaccine. I didn't take it. And guess what? In June of last year, I ended up with shingles. It is one of the most painful things I have ever experienced. So, learning lesson for me, take them all. And so, again, people have the right, again, I don't know what religious tenet, you have the right, but my fear is when you don't leave it there at the health department, then we'll never be able to find out where patient 0 is and if there's some type of outbreak, how to kind of, be able to bring it under control. So, I support you, Senator, in making sure that our citizens don't have to pay for that. I just don't support us removing that step. Again, they have the right. I just don't support removing the step and just going directly to the school. We also don't know what's the additional. I mean, what in your bill, when someone takes the letter, the handwritten letter or typed letter to the school, is that immediate, right away? Who is the person that houses all of that information? I mean, again, who's responsible for all of that in the school setting? So again, I just wanted to publicly say I really wish we would keep that at the county health department. And again, I'm got all these kids that are playing sports and all kind of activities, and I would hate or shudder to think that, especially in this state where I love football. I absolutely love football, love it. Matter of fact, hate that my son is no longer playing. That was some of the highlights of my life with my children, was going to football games to watch my son play, going to soccer to watch my daughter play soccer, and then ultimately her cheering and dancing at Vanderbilt doing football and basketball. I love sports. But I would hate to, because as we know what happened during COVID, and we had whole football teams, whole sports teams that were impacted and had to delay games and delay things. So I just, again, really wish that we would keep that at the health department so we can have some tracking mechanism. As my minority leader Reddy over here with his amendment, and okay, so my colleague here is ready as well to have some conversation. Mr. Chairman, I've been wanting to really support you on something. I really have. Unfortunately, today is not going to end up being the day, but we're going to find something to work together. Can we do that? Can we find something that we can work together?
I'm waiting.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you, Senator Orr, for working with me through this bill. while I respect people's freedom to religion and have freedom rights to be able to do those things and not to be vaxxed for whatever reason it is. Same one? Okay. Not to be vaxxed for whatever reason. I also want to be able to protect those other children who are going to be sitting in that classroom with those unvaccinated students. While we're not trying to stop anyone from being able to exercise that religious freedom, but as a parent, I want to be able to say to my child that if little Bobby has been vaccinated, then little Bobby shouldn't have to sit in a classroom knowingly that he could catch any kind of diseases that people who are not being vaccinated has. And I think to try to protect the whole, we can't allow these religious freedoms based on, and I think I talked to someone who talked about the inconvenience of a parent to go and get that extra form to do this, or the inconvenience of a parent to go through that. Well, what about the inconvenience of a parent when their child gets sick unnecessarily because someone else came in and refused to be responsible for their medical needs? And so these parents who are looking to keep their child healthy, wanting their child to be in school every day, wanting their child to be there to learn, should not have to be sitting next to someone who are anti-vax for whatever reason it is, religious, whether or not, whatever it is in the fetal, whatever is inside of the vaccine. And I think that the person gave these examples over in West Alabama, which gives me pause because I don't know a lot of families based on who this young lady said she had been working with would have been worried about what's inside of that vaccine. And when there was the virus that came around with COVID-19, I know that in that particular county that this person is claiming, that they had at least almost a 90% rate of people taking the vaccine in that county. And so, and even with the second shot. So to give me those examples says that it's not that many mothers that this person was working with in this county that want this independent freedom. And I think they're just throwing that out. And then plus, when you start calling names and I find out that you hadn't worked with the person for the last 25 years, then that gives me pause as to what your mission really is. And so, but I'm willing to move forward with this bill, and we asked for an amendment, and the amendment that came back almost mirrored the amendment that I was offering. So therefore, we're gonna offer an amendment here, and then we'll speak to the amendment. Mr. President, I have an amendment.
Secretary Reed, receive the amendment, please.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill number 85 by Senator Singleton. Replace line 47 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 51 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 64 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 70 on page 3 with the following.
Yes, Mr. President, what this amendment says that the testing requirement pursuant to the subdivision and accompanied by a board-approved physician physical evaluation form or the Alabama High School Athletic Association participation physical education form completed for the child within the previous 12 months. What we're basically saying that here, to try to protect those other kids, that if you're gonna opt out, then you at least need to go and get a physical by a certified board physician and being put on the Alabama High School Athletic Association participation form and brought to that school when you opt out to not to take the vaccine. But that at least gives us an understanding that this child has had some medical attention within the last 12 months prior to them opting out of this particular vaccine if they don't want to take it to go to school. At least the school, now you're bypassing the health department, at least the school will have a record that you at least have gone to the doctor, and when we sit you in the seat, we know at least you're safe to sit in this seat without affecting any of the other children with a contagious disease simply because you decide not to take the vaccine. While I understand that vaccine is not the cure-all and the end-all, even with COVID vaccine, we were still catching COVID. But prior to the vaccine, we had almost 1 million people in this state to die. We had people that die all over this country. And so with that, since we have had the COVID vaccine, the death rate has slowed way down. The efficacy level is higher because we had enough number of people, I guess, herd immunity set in, and people who had it built their own immunities. And so now, even with people still catching COVID, they're not dying as rapidly as they were before we got the vaccine. And so when people opt out of these vaccines for religious purpose, then we want to make sure that the children who are going to be in that classroom with them are going to be safe. And here also my amendment says that a written statement pursuant to the subdivision for a parent or guardian attesting to a sincerely held religious belief shall be recognized as a valid ground for exemption from any school enrollment, vaccine, or testing requirement. No additional forms, fees, or documentation may be required of the parent, guardian, or child to secure enrollment in the public K-12 schools. And I know the person that I talked to was talking about the inconveniences of a mother having to go and get these extra forms and extra things that they have to do. Well, the inconvenience is not as important as spreading a deadly disease to me, to make sure that all children are safe. Whether you vax or not, we want to make sure all of our children that are sitting in those seats in K through 12 are safe. While, yeah, they can catch common colds, kids give each other common colds, but we are on the cusp of what we're seeing in this country again is a measles outbreak again. We want to make sure that our school systems are safe so we won't have to be shutting them down like we did under COVID. Making sure that our school system is safe so that our children can be able to have participation rate. Ready to doubt when you're ready. When participation rates in school, and that they won't be missing days and weeks out of school because they were ill and because they failed to take the vaccine or whatever was necessary to keep them healthy. And this is all this amendment does, is to make sure that you just don't get to walk up to the school and just say, for any reason, I don't want my child because I'm a Baptist. And as a Baptist, I don't believe in vaccine. Because that's all they got to say. It's simple as that. And it should be. Let it be that simple. But at least I respect that, but at least respect that child who wants to be safe to at least have gotten a physical from a doctor saying that you are not contagious and then you can come on into that classroom. That's the problem that I have when we allowing people just to walk up for whatever reason and just say, willy-nilly, religion jumped off the wall. I could be from the Church of Divine Economic and Spirituality and say that and the church may not even exist. The religion may not even exist because we don't know, because they don't have to come and prove anything. They can just make up something and then it will be valid. I see the gentleman standing across from me. I respect him as a learned physician, and I want to hear what you have to say. I will yield to the gentleman without using my time, place, or any motion.
Yeah, thank you. And I was just going to dialogue with you while Senator Orr was gone. My disagreement with your amendment is the physical exam part, and so I guess I would like for you to explain how a physical exam saying that a child is healthy in September, what does that have to do with March?
I agree with you. Look here.
I think
I'm trying to at least have something I can work with them with. Okay.
A child could very well have a physical exam and a week later be sick. It's just an unnecessary step.
Believe
it's not
you,
gonna really make
believe you me, I don't want it. I'd rather this bill die. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
I'd rather bill just go away. I'm making this is a compromise.
I'm for the bill. I'm just saying
I'm not for the bill.
Yeah, I understand that.
So I'm making a compromise.
Yeah.
Okay. I can make a compromise a little bit more strict. I even allowed the person to write the amendment. So I didn't write the amendment. I allowed them to write the amendment. Only thing I put in here was a board certified physician. Okay.
Yeah.
I let them do it. And so I'm willing to work here, because other than that, I'm willing to stand here and just talk all day on this bill until it go away.
Yeah.
And just kill it.
Yeah. So
So you choose whatever poison you want.
Yeah. I think if I'm reading the right amendment, it doesn't say a board certified physician. It says a board approved physical form.
Well,
so the school board would have a form that the parent could do. Is this the correct amendment?
If you have to go through like Alabama if you have to go through the Alabama High School Athletic Association, they go and a doctor has to sign that form.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well,
A doctor has to sign those
I was
forms.
just going to fill the other podium while Senator Orr was tied up in dialogue with you, Bonnet.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're willing to compromise here, because other than that, I could just go on with this bill and knock it out and not and fight it to the end.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Don't kill it.
Do no harm. Isn't that what doctors?
Don't kill it now.
Can we go ahead and adopt the
We can
amendment,
adopt,
Senator? Let's,
unless someone on my side wants to speak to this
all right,
amendment.
so I'd like to move adoption of the Singleton Amendment using the previous roll if there's no objection.
Any objection? Using previous roll?
That's fine.
All right, long roll. Secretary call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley.
I'm about to talk you out the bill, man.
Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
All right, 21 ayes, 7 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd like to move on and thank the senator for working with me and good faith, and we'll at this time move third reading using the previous roll. Or
Any objection?
Hold up, hold, moving too fast. Want to speak to it? Let me start my hour then.
All right.
All right then. Oh, I can start my hour. Right. Moving too fast. I wanted this gentleman wanted to speak to it before we move on. We can move on, but don't move me too fast now. Y'all already contested my local bill, and you might get out of here today at a decent time. You know, might get out of here today at a decent time. I will yield to the gentleman from Dallas.
Okay. Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Senator Stewart, you're recognized.
Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to dialogue with the gentleman from Decatur, just very briefly about this legislation. I have a question, and this might be a personal question, and feel free to plead the fifth if you don't want to answer it. But have you had a polio shot? Do you remember that? Or are you too young for that?
I think when I took them, they were orally given back in the day.
Oh, you're young. You're young. So my parents, they have polio shots. They got them as children. And they have the scars. I don't know if anybody's old enough to have a scar on their arm. And previous generations went through those scars. And made the advancements in public health so that I don't have the scar. We worked hard as a state, as a country, to have strong, robust infection control. Would you agree with that?
Most of it, yes, sir.
And so, since we made those strides, I'm concerned that this legislation would weaken the advancements that we've made.
Again, may I?
Yes.
So this isn't about, in my mind, I may disagree with you, it's more about religious liberty and the process. It's not about vaccines A, vaccines bad, but that's the perspective from which the bill comes. But that's,
So how would this bill, what are the implications on what's called like a do no harm principle? Because we have to look at the ramifications of freedom or the limitations thereof of freedom. There's a saying, and the leader so eloquently spoke to it earlier, and I'm paraphrasing, and correct me if I'm wrong. My freedom ends when your freedom begins. Like all of our faiths are interrelated. And so public health is a community project. And we should all work together to ensure that our communities are healthy, are viable. Advancements in public health have led to longer life expectancy rates. Would you agree with that? I know we're talking about religious freedom, but I think that this legislation is very insidious, right? It's subtle, and it chips away of the event. Yeah, it's just one little rollback here, one little rollback there, but then, before we know it, we will really eradicate the advancements that we've made, eradicate the institutions that undergird our communities. The Alabama Department of Public Health has been around 150 years. They do great work. Would you agree with that?
Most of the time.
I appreciate you agreeing and indulging with me. I know every time I have a town hall meeting, the Alabama Department of Public Health is right there. We have a transportation hurdle in this country. Health and public relations, public health and public transportation are deeply intertwined. People, when I have my town hall meetings or listening sessions, they're in places strategically where people can walk to. This past month, the Department of Public Health, we're in Selma for our Selma 60 commemoration, giving out flu shots, giving out COVID vaccines, checking people's blood pressure. And I'm not trying to open them up for attack. I'm not trying to politicize it, but I just want to just emphasize how they work for the people, how public health makes us all stronger, how public health improves our lot. And we have to be educated. We have to have a historical framework on how we got from here and how we got from there. History just isn't history. History informs our life, informs, it paints a compass. My grandma always told me, rest in peace. I talk about my grandma all the time. She said, and my grandma was an LPN, gentlemen, from Decatur. So she believed in public health. She was a nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital on Bloody Sunday, and she opened up her home when she was off for people to take their shots, take their flu shots. People did that in her house. Vaccine, she understood that public health is a community project. And so we have an obligation. I want to emphasize that. When we talk about religious freedom, we have a duty to keep our communities safe. We have to be informed. So my grandma always said, if you don't know your history, you don't know yourself, because you can't even begin to have a compass. You can't even begin to have a sense of direction. So I want to work with you, gentlemen from Decatur, to strengthen. I know we got an amendment. Let's work on this to make it where we're not harming, where we're doing no harm, because that is what I'm concerned that this legislation would do. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield to the gentleman from Jefferson County.
Senator, in the same vein, I was just sitting there when y'all were talking, and let me say this: what's your thoughts about this? That's what I want to find out more than anything. What's your thoughts about the fact that if a person does not, if it's a situation and the person does not show clearance or want to show clearance, then that person and don't want a vaccine, then that person, until otherwise I guess, like a better word, verified, because you may have some of these situations even in what we're trying to do here, where it may take, say, a day or two to whatever it is they're supposed to, because you all kind of work through. What about then that person in that situation? They have to have Zoom school. See, we're trying to get the infection away from the folks who ain't got it or who vaccinated away from it. Why don't they just have Zoom if it's one day? You know what I'm getting at? It's a little different. Well, if you gotta get an okay and get everything straight and do that kind of thing, in the process, whatever that might be, and that can't be done, then even if it was at the school, okay, and their parents say, I can't get there that day, and they're saying this is the day we gonna vaccine, then why that child can't be Zoomed at home like they do when we have, like we did in COVID. And so then you see where I'm coming from.
Right. I think with, in avoiding the hurdle or this middle step of going to the public health department and having to get the piece of paper from them, you got several things. One, it takes resources on the Department of Public Health. Now they got to have somebody sit there and issue pieces of paper and go through that process with parents, guardians, whomever, to do that function. The other thing you may have heard, in places around the state, you got situations where their religious beliefs start getting under scrutiny. Like, what do you believe? Why do you believe that?
No, they shouldn't do that.
I know they shouldn't.
I'm not in favor of that.
I know. I didn't
I'm
say
not
you
in
were.
favor of that at all.
I'm just telling you that's how it's
publicly with you. I'm not in favor of that.
I know, but we're not there in whatever county where those kind of questions and that kind of interrogation is going down. We're not there, so that's the reason it's a little bit, a little bit sensitive, very sensitive, actually, to have a government person talking like that, asking questions about your religious faith, and don't tell me what I want to hear. I may not give you this piece of paper, and a lot of people, as you know, they don't know the process. They were just told to go to the health department and get the piece of paper, and they don't know it's automatic. It should be automatic. It's not.
You know what the problem is? Some folks, you give them a little authority, they want to flex power. That's a power flex right there by somebody.
You couldn't have said it better. You're right.
They want to flex some power, you know. Now, I know this ain't germane, but this is a little small editorial comment that has come to my attention, and I forgot about it. And because when we leave, it'll be like Tuesday, and it may be a need to address this. I wish our majority leader was in here. He had to step out for a minute, and you all may or may not be a part of it, but is it anybody in here who is a member of reapportionment? Anybody sitting in there now? Okay, good. You don't have to raise no hands. I ain't gonna put you on the spot like that, but good. I'm gonna make a request before I have to go viral with this. Is that the committee has been meeting. Yes, the committee has been meeting. And yeah, they did. I was just gonna thought I'd tell you what the lawyers and stuff the committee did. Yeah, yes, they did. I thought you didn't know that, maybe, but they did. And they didn't give us any notice. No notice. And I'm on the committee. 0 notice. Okay, now that's a concern. They're trying to be
committee too. I'm with you, brother. I didn't get notice either.
Okay, because if that's the case, they're trying to have little secret meetings. I ain't said. I'm saying if that's the case, they're trying to have little secret meetings.
Well, you and I are in the same boat because I didn't get.
And what's the next? It go back again, like I was saying about them bills. It's the same thing about that. What's the necessity to have a secret meeting? Golly, you got the majority votes. Come on, why we got to be secret and keep other folks out and they don't need to know and all that? That make no sense. So I would hope that doesn't happen anymore. So it's not something that has to go viral, real viral. This ain't viral. This is just an announcement right here. Come on. That's all I'm saying. Come on, That didn't make much sense, you know. But anyway, let's get back to your stuff. Let's get back to that. That was the editorial
Let's get
comment.
on and go. Let's.
I gotta wait till he come back, and then I'll pass the mic to him, and then you all can do whatever y'all gonna do. He just allowed me to speak, so that I wanted to bring that little point up about the virtual school.
When you find out, okay.
About the virtual school.
I got you.
It wasn't the other thing. That was just a little comment right there.
Okay.
But there was a virtual school that I really was.
You get notice to a meeting, let me know, because I'm not getting them either.
I ain't getting no notice. I didn't. Hey, at least you know what you're telling me. And I appreciate that.
It's a small meeting.
I appreciate you telling me that. It's one thing about it. You know, I must have been excluded for other reasons because they didn't discriminate against you. I mean, whatever happened, it happened you or me. That's what I'm trying to say. So
We're
it's
in the
obvious.
same boat.
They may not wanted you there because of your legal mind. They may not wanted mine there because of the legal mind. You know, that might have been it. Whoever that might have been that had called the meeting. Okay, so that's all right though. But you know, it's kind of like when you wash clothes; it'll come out in the wash. It'll come out. You give me some. Okay. It looked like if it was, a lot of folk didn't know about it. You know, I don't know. You know, you ever been on the committees? I ain't talking about like our budget committee. You ever been on a committee where they had the meeting before the meeting?
Yes.
That might have been the meeting before whenever the meeting.
You're on that committee, that judiciary sometimes.
Yeah, we had a meeting.
Back room.
We do. I must, moments of confession.
It's
yeah.
Just what's going on today?
Yeah.
Kind of
we dealing with this issue. And we started talking about, I kind of like from the standpoint because I'm not, I may have some colleagues that might not like what I'm getting ready to say, and I apologize because I'm not trying to be no way. But sometimes when you're talking about law, it's hard when people don't understand when you're talking about the legal aspect. Because a lot of times people that don't understand the law say, this is how I feel. Well, law, you know what it says, that is not based on your feelings. You know, no matter what you feel, it's based on what's there, and you got to deal around what's there, you know. So it just, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is, you know. But think about it like this. If a person in here is a master electrician, and we're talking about the electrical circuits, and they, you know, 2 or 3 of them that do that, then, I mean, I'd be just as lost, you know, as I said that they would if we were talking about law. So I think it goes more to the crafts that people have and what they do than it is to anything else, you know. But, no, I think, I see what we were trying to do. No, I'm with you on that now. I just want to make you clear to you.
Y'all ready to make a motion?
Ramsey's got a game somewhere. They're doing something right now.
You know what?
It's too pretty outside.
I'm going to just tell you the truth. Since you said that, I'm going to share with y'all. When I've been moving, I've been doing this. I've been moving some furniture and stuff out of a house. And I probably got it about 2/3 done. And so I was going to try to do it tomorrow, you know, to finish it. But I got a 2-week extension. So since I got a 2 weeks extension, I've this morning, that's why I'm glad we didn't come in at 10. I got a chance to call and make some appointments in the morning to handle some real work. So, you know, so I can feed my family, so they can eat. You know, you ready? Okay, all right, then I'm on, Mr. President, I will yield to the senator who is the illustrious budget chair from North Alabama to be able to do as he wishes uninterrupted with his bill.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Orr.
At this time, I'd move to third reading on SB 85 using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot,
Bobby, he's out there.
Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chastain, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Miss Weaver, Mr. Williams.
All right, 26 ayes, 5 nays. Senate Bill 85 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to make at this point a motion to adjourn until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, April the 8th. With no objections, please, sir. Using short roll.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you.